G'day, Giddens. How you doing, Sammy, with that first? Making a Twitch bot? I noticed. I did notice. I could venture a guess at the name. What up, gamer? How you doing, Ryan? Let's get this sorted. It's appreciated, Sammy. It is morn. Dex, how are we? That's indeed a late. Alright. Ads incoming. Market is red. Jesus. I hate it when you click a button 3 times and it doesn't do anything. Alrighty. Let's start. Hopefully. Yep. Everything's moving. Everything's good. Not gonna freak out this morning. Okay, how are you all? What's going on? We are finishing our saving and loading. Yay. I'm so glad we figured out the saving and loading. Music going hard off rip. What? I don't even understand that. All right. So, when I was making this coffee, hello Zeph, how are you? When I was making this coffee, I clearly needed the coffee because I set up everything. I had the mug next to the coffee machine. I had the coffee all loaded up and all of that. And I pushed the button. And then I start making breakfast. And then I look back. And I realize, oh. I haven't put the mug. I haven't put the mug underneath where the coffee spout. So coffee's just going all over the bench. So yeah, I need this morning. Oh, that was tough. I was like, man, now not only do I need to set everything up again, I've also got to clean everything. Ooh, g'day Cam, you're late. That's weak sauce. Did I use regional slang? As soon as you started stream, the music was fast paced and the beat was bumping. Okay, that I understand. That I understand. Hello, Bok. Perfect time for game to Wicked. I know, right? Hello, Cavino. How you doing? Give me two. I'll after ads. Actually, does Realm Rapture? No. What are you doing, Cavino? Realm Rapture doesn't appear up here. What? It's not Sockem. It's not a shooter. Okay, can we just go with that? It's not a shooter. But stop guessing shooters. I mean, hot for Cavino. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Cavino thinks pepper is spicy.
And there was much rejoicing.
I love it. Valorant, Overwatch, Call of Duty. Damn you, Sammy. Alright, let's do this. It's not an RPG. A third-person platformer between 2004 and 2010. It's not Gears of War, God of War. And it's not God of War. I can handle spice. I once had... Alright, it's a mystery murder game thingamajig. Fallout 4? No. 2008, 9, or 10, Cam. Among Us? 2008, 9, or 10, Cam. How many times do I have to repeat this? Now let's just go with like Sherlock Holmes or something. Nope. Okay, so LA Noir. Actually, no. LA, no. True Crime. I don't know. When was the Fahrenheit game released? Oh, it was Heavy Rain. Apparently it's only adventure. 2005 was when Fahrenheit was released. Oh god, 2010. I know, right? No. So, what we got yesterday, if we have a look here, if I select this one, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So there's some stuff. There's some stuff that has been correctly set up. But obviously, like, I shouldn't be able to move this. Actually, no, I should be able to move it because it's... But like, see how... That's the problem. That's the problem there. Is... It's... Like, the collisions are still enabled. Or, like, not enabled. They're... It's causing issues because stuff isn't set up correct. I need to do the weak sauce. Thank you for reminding me. Saving loading is easy. Just add a floppy disk icon and it works. Alright. Alright. There we go. Thank you. Ooh. Ooh, that's hot. Not really. It's not actually hot. I'm just playing it up for everyone. You're hot? I know. I know. I mean, I'm in Australia, and it's currently... It's 12 degrees, feels like 9 degrees. It's going to be a max of 18. It's cloudy. That is a shit level of humidity. Look at that. Look at that humidity. It is right now 70% humidity. Relative humidity. Yuck. Absolute yuck. I'm gonna check something. Okay. F5. So, we want to do this. So there are things that I need to flag as not to be saved. The meshes for the box. Let's see. How can we do this? Let's go in here. I'm going to set up a function for set ownership. Owner is P node. Right. It doesn't have AC. This is correct. Yeah, like the best thing I've got is a fan. And I just open up some windows, and that's what keeps me cool. I don't want to do... So, I'll trade you some degrees. It's cold as hell here. I mean, I'm happy with that. I'm more than happy to trade some temperature. Like, ask me again in a month. Ask me again in 2 months. When it's full on summer. And then you can have half of our temperature. Okay. So what we want to do is have collision and state machine and item data. No, collision and state machine. Collision and state machine. That's what we want. Hello, Twig. How you doing? Now, how is the 3D raycasting? You see the engine I'm working on? I did see you setting up 3D raycasting for Love 2D. Changing it to Love 3D. If current state is null, do that. Actually, no. If current state is not null, return. Because if current state's not null, then we're loading a save. It's tough, I can imagine. I mean, you're adding 3D raycasting to an engine designed for 2D. You have to set up all the 3D stuff yourself. Like, that's ridiculous. Should I go with 3D opponents or 2D sprites like Doom? Probably 2D sprites initially. I'd go 2D sprites first. And then if you can get like 3D opponents working, you can swap them out. Yeah. All right. This also needs, or go all the way and jump into a full 3D multiplayer FPS. You know it. You can do that, but that's going to be annoying. Like, it's going to be very annoying. Let's see. We need set ownership. Owner P node. You know what I could do? You know what? Instead of... So at the moment, I've got this save load node, which does this. What I can do, I don't need to worry about doing this. Because I can just take care of the set owner as they move, like as they reparent to furniture or items. Yeah, that'll be better. node in get children. Set ownership to P node. There's no netcode I have to write it all myself. Yuck. Writing all of your own networking for a multiplayer game, like all your own netcode and stuff. I wouldn't do that. That's too much. You're getting too much now, Twig. Just stick with single player. Own a P node. For node and get children, node set ownership P node. We thought about making it an MMO. There we go. Do the set owner for interact data. Interact data doesn't need anything else. You do export. Okay, so this is why I need these to be saved out as well. I don't think I need to worry about those. Where is that used? You're not used anywhere. Like, why do I care about you? Extra crap that we don't need. What is this? I do like our Bobble Ross though. For anyone that hasn't seen it yet, we did make Bobble Ross. And we also made Jeff. There's Jeff. The only thing is, for some reason, okay, that'll be why. Select all that. Sign it there. Sign. Okay, so that's the issue we've got with those. Now all of this there we go. Now I gotta re-import that. Go into Bobble Ross. Re-import. Skip. Why are you already skipped? There we go. Oh, I wish there was an easy way to do this stuff. I wish there was such an easier way to handle all of this. But I'm not sure. Like, just trying to think. I don't know that there is a better way to handle any of this. Interact data is never going to have a child node. Base state could very well. Owner B node. Child interact data in get children. Child set ownership P node. The reason why I'm doing it this way and why I'm not having this done when we save for everything and all of the child nodes is because under here we don't want these meshes to be saved out because the meshes are set up in here. Right, so we don't want it to write this stuff out and then create a new instance of them, sort of thing. Actually, no. Oh man, I'm actually just thinking. Export. Export. That's what we want. That will take care of that actually. So we don't need to worry about all this stuff. Don't need to worry about all this stuff. Because all we need to do is set up everything that we need to be remembered as an export. So the state, even, be in a Actually, no, that gets set up on ready. That's fine. And that's done programmatically, so that's fine. The interactions are done. That's fine. Don't need to worry about NPC behavior tree because NPCs, we don't remember NPCs. We clear those and just start from scratch. Bobble stand. This needs to be an export. This needs to be an export. this one here. Export. Is any of that done? If quantity limit is 0, we can do that. And then meshes is this, which is non-ready. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. The collision shape. That's all fine. Hello, Chill. How are you doing? Yep, that's all good. Sticker, inner size. I'm actually thinking I can probably get rid of you. Quantity held, though. If quantity held is greater than 0, return. Insbar, how you doing? Saying hi, Mo. Gonna go watch a different streamer. How dare you? How dare you come in here and say that? I've been working on an animation. Nice. Very, very nice. Still waking up even though it's 1:30 p.m. Ouch. I think that's all set up correctly. I think that's what we want. So that's the delivery box done. The price tag. Why does that say quantity? Why does the price tag say quantity? Item price and quantity. What help do you need, Sammy? Quantity label. Text. Oh, of course, because we display... Yep, never mind. Never mind. Hoping to get some ideas for commands. And what do you want your bot to do? Box sticker and quantity. You have a look under here. Anything that's fun or useful, mainly to replace Savage's bot. G'dangwidge. Do exclamation GD lang. And then it converts whatever you say into G'dangwidge. That would work. Give that a try. Also reminds me of that Cavino-Fi was a command too. Well, there you go. You've got 2 commands you could do right there. Bam! Coming up with all the ideas. Every last one of them. Alright, so I'm just wondering here. Okay, so under box sticker, I don't need to remember these. Well, maybe quantity. Quantity will need to be done. And then order details. I don't think we need to worry about that. Furnace and light switch we don't need to remember. Rubbish bin we don't need to remember. Radio we don't need to remember. Payment we don't need to remember. Open sign we don't need to remember. Furniture. That will be important. Storage. We don't need that. I just closed you. Shelf has stock, all of that stuff set up. Shelf full. Okay, so all of that's set up. And then sale counter. Export items. Actually, no, we don't need to do this either. Sale counter doesn't need to be done. Placing outline doesn't need to be done. Furniture. Not snapping anchors. Don't need to worry about that. I think all of that's good too. Because that'll be handled by the state machine stuff, won't it? Yes. Yes, that'll be handled by state machine stuff. Shelf double. That's fine. Display is fine. Whoa. Don't know what trippy thing I did there, but something happened. I think I just scared myself a little bit. And there's nothing under here that needs to be done either. Ooh. No, that's fine. I think that's everything. I think that's everything. I think we have a good setup now. Let's see what happens. New game, test. That's something I need to fix. Is that label not updating? Expand the map size from 32 by 32 to 16 by 16. Nice. Love it. Okay. Let's move you there. I'm gonna go escape, save over that. Now there's 12 errors. Ah, that's right. That's what I forgot to do. I thought that was too easy. And that's because whenever I move things around, so furniture, we do need to do the set interactable stuff. But I think that is something we can do under this. I think we can do it like that. New game. Come on, work. Reread that. I just expanded the map size from 32 by 32 from 16 by 16. Yeah. Did I say to 16 by 16? What'd you put? What? Okay. From 32 to 16. Right. That makes more sense. Error. Invalid assignment of property or key text with value of type string on a base object of type nil. Price tag, line 20. Quantity setter. Where's this price tag? There it is. The thing you should know about Hypno is he'll add or remove words while reading. Or even say the wrong word entirely. Exactly. Exactly. It's called random sentence generation, okay? It's how you create dialogue for games. Could go all the way to 512 if I wanted to. Nice. No limit on view distance. That would probably have a performance issue. I can see that causing problems. Yep. So quantity label was nil. Set deferred. Text. Okay, yeah, because it's null. Do update price, which is going to do price label, which will have the same thing. Quantity 0. Hello, EG. Will you show your game at Godot Fest? I don't have any plans on it. I don't have a booth or anything like that. But if people ask, I'll just direct them to the Steam page. Very simple, straightforward. Doesn't, just works. It's only rendering slices of a fake 3D world. There's no lag. Well, I mean, what are you rendering though, Twig? If you're just rendering squares with like a color on them, then sure. But if you're rendering like full 3D models that have a ton of vertices and stuff, and you don't have a view distance, and you're drawing 50 million vertices over 5,000 in-game meters, instead of 2.5 million vertices over 100 in-game meters, that's a big performance difference. It's like if it's slicing up all the 3D stuff and drawing them that way, the more data there is to go through for the slicing, the more performance issue there will be. So like, Yeah. You gotta test it with like a lot of data, not just some simple shapes. Yeah. Also, if there's occlusion culling. There may not be a view distance, but if you've got occlusion culling and you're inside a room, then the things outside the room aren't really going to matter because they'll be occluded and they'll just get dropped. So. Can't see it won't render. Yeah, that's occlusion culling. I think that should be good. There'll probably be something else that comes up. Toggle open in base nil. Where's my interact data? Special secondary. Idle container. It's going to be under all this stuff. Yep. That's what we need. Need to go through this state machine stuff now. Player base state. Don't need to save that. Bobble, on the other hand. The Bobble base state needs to be exported because we do save bobbles. Where does this get set? Bobble rarity is set to false. Or select rarity is set to false. When it's placed there. Okay. And set to false here when it's choose player. Like so. Sale price. I don't think we use that. Conscious timer I don't really care about. I don't care about those either. Okay. Is that everything? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I knew there was something else. I knew it. Knew it. Register base state. Okay. I think all of this stuff's fine now. We should be good. Should be good. Super easy edit rooms. It's a grid of x by x divided into 1 over 0. If it's a 1, it's a wall. If it's a 0, it's not. All walls are 1 meter by 1 meter. Nice. Simple, easy math. That's what you like. What do you mean toggle open on base nil? Oh, yep. I know why. Because it was already saved. So I need to do the save again with that fix implemented. Yep. Yep. Why overcomplicate it? Exactly. You don't need to overcomplicate it. No need to overcomplicate at all. All right, save. Hello, Sakura. Lurk away. Lurk away. Look at that. Look at that. That's almost exactly what I want. That sticker and the right click. Invalid access property or key state machine or a base object of type null instance. Delivery box. Okay. Interactables. Okay, because of this. Then collision shape. Alright, so all of my interactables, I'm going to have to go through and assign them. Doesn't have one. You have one. Price tag doesn't have one. You don't have one. Yes, you can, Twig. Yes, you can. That's a... Alright, so now I need... It's out of binds because there's no... Yeah, the state machine is null. Wait, property or key state machine on a base object of type null instance. State machine or a base type of null instance. Character should be included. Why is it being an issue? Hello, Okie. How are you doing? We got ads coming in. Yeah. Look at that. You doing good? Good to hear. Let's do our daily Akari, shall we? Oof. Well, this one's 4, so it has to go like that. You're 3, so you have to do that. You can't go there. We have to do that. You have to go there. We need something to hit that. But which one? I don't know yet. We can do that. Then hit that. That. Then we can... hit like that. Then we hit those two. That would have to do that. You would have to go there and there. But now I can't get those. So we gotta undo these. The assumption was wrong. Because I could put that there and put that there. So as you go there, you do that. But then you still go there and I still end up with that. Which ends up with that. But then I can do that. And then I still have the issue with there. If I put that there, I would need that there. Which would then require that. But now you can't get anywhere. Let's leave that section for the time being. Let's work up here. I could put you there. But then I'd have to put that there. And we can do that. Now you can't get hit. I think it has to be like so. Then these ones have to be set up so they get all of that. We can do that. Now I can't get there, so...
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! But now I can't get that. Huh. That's our start. We know that one. Good night, Cam. A 4-minute ad when I'm telling it to run a 3-minute ad break. That's BS Twitch. Jesus Christ. That has to go there. We know that much. For the 1.5 million Scoville, it is 1500 bits. That is correct, Cam. Please do not make me do that. Please. Of course Cam's gonna do it. Okay. So that's wrong. That has to go there. Now we can't get that. Now we can't get you. Now we can't get you. There we go. That fixes that up. Shit. Ah! Hmm. That has to go there because you come up and hit that one. We need that there. And that needs to go there. Those two need to go there, but now I don't have time for that. That has to go there. There we are. Jesus Christ. Oh, that took me way too long. That took me way too long. Hot sauce mentioned. So tomorrow morning, Cam's going to make me do 1.5 million Scoville hot sauce. He's actually, no, it won't be tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow, Cam. It won't be tomorrow. I did see the images, Twig. I did see them. It looks very nice. Looks very nice. I'd be interested to see it with like complex geometry. But yeah, so tomorrow I'm not streaming because I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. On the 24th of October. Being the 23rd today, tomorrow, taking the day off so I can go to the dentist and whatnot. So, too bad, Cam. You're not going to be able to make me do it tomorrow morning. Suffer. How you doing, Tricky? I don't know why this is erroring. Because it's saying it can't access property or key state machine or base object of type null instance. Which tells me that character is null. If character was null, need more friends? Fair. That's fair. I'm here again after some time. How did the animating go, Chill? Get you some friends? Tricky. You're in chat with about 20 friends right now. Hello, Parsi. What are these mythical friend things that you speak of, Tricky? Chill gonna be my new bestie. Chill. Run away. Animating didn't happen, but script writing did. Nice. What script writing did you do? Steam finally unblocked my account. Steam blocked your account? Why did Steam block your account? Chaos WB. Tricky is the embodiment of chaos. Well, the embodiment of Belgium chaos. I couldn't update my game on launch when it was bugged because I changed Steam Guard settings, which they told me to change. Oh. Jeez, tricky. Alright, so... Why? I'm writing the script of Codename Chill, a lore series for my YouTube channel. Nice. I like it. Alright. I only kill demons. If I save that... And notice how it hasn't printed anything yet, which is fine. Take item. Delivery box 147. Contents. People rage quit Discord when I talk over them. Tell me to just pay attention. I had detention in primary school for an entire month because I was fiddling with something or staring into nothingness. Yeah. I didn't know what the class was about. It explains so much. Explains so much. So contents. Get child at index. P index 1 is out of bounds. So there's nothing. I'll do some. So we can see that we've got these two in here. We have those two, so how is index out of bounds? The index is 1, so it should be grabbing that last one right there. Hello, Pax. How are you doing? Rigid Boy 3D. You pick up we do have character assigned. There's a state machine. Quantity held is 2. All of this is correct. I don't know why there's an index out of bounds. Working on adding a rotating cube to the map wherever there is a 2 on the map. So the cube's just sitting there rotating constantly. So Bobble, we've got the quantity of 2. The state is idle. It's an idle state. That's fine. Take item. Rotating on all 3 axes. Okay, that'd be interesting. Interactable. Quantity held 2. I open it. It's now open. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. So when it gets put... So... The issue is that when we save, we have to do... Under here, we have to do this. We have to do this, where we set the owner to be this save load node in order to be able to save all the furniture and all the items out into one scene file. Otherwise, we have to save out like a shit ton of scene files, or we have to write our own save load logic. So what we need to do under here, you can see how this has a unique name. When we put it all, like when we set the owner to the same thing, those unique names now break. They all break. So, what I need to do, under delivery box, we need to go export contents node 3D. So this is an issue with unique names when it comes to saving by resource. We need to change these to be export. All right. Contents. Meshes. Small mesh. And then collision. Let me do that. Stickers. There we go. So now, if I do this again, we should be good. Oh, hang on. I need to go through all of this and I need to change everything to... stickers get enums. Box size large. So we do that. Then under here, do contents. Change you to contents. Reparent you to contents. All right. That should be good. Now what? Shape on nil. Interactables delivery box. Interactables delivery box. Another resub by Bucky. 11 months. Oh, you've got that glorious white beard for one more month. Yep. That you do. How you doing, Bucky? G'day, you gidunt. I say line 89, delivery box. Whoops. Getting close to that beautiful rainbow beard. Yep. And then I need to create all of my things, but invert them. Yeah. It's going well, Bears. It's going well. I need to restructure some bits and pieces, but yeah. It's hopefully at the end of this stream, it will all be implemented and working. I just proposed a theoretically possible idea that's never been done before. And what is this idea, Bolden? Interactable collision shape. Yeah, I'm changing this stuff to exports as well. Sick of dealing with it. Collision. Hang on. No. Did you make your meshes and stuff relatively accurate to real life sizes? The boxes balls come in such. Kind of. So I've made them so that the size is similar to the character models that we've got, like relative to the character models. I do need to rework the size of the box though. Just because some of the new bobbles that I'm modeling have they're like slightly wider and slightly taller than the base models. So for instance, Bobble Ross has like afro hair. So it's like taller. Bobble Ross is taller than all of the other bobbles. So I need to make the box a little bit bigger to make sure his hair isn't coming out the top. Bobble Ross is an awesome name. Thank you. Thank you very much. 2 PCs running parallel operating systems over fiber optics, mirroring one another. How are you going to keep them in sync? So, and also Bolden, what would be the difference between 2 PCs running parallel operating systems over fiber optics versus having a motherboard with 2 CPUs and multiple GPUs and such? Like, what would be the benefit of the fiber optics versus having them on the same board next to each other? Or within close proximity? Light transfer. But you've got to remember, Israel. You've got to remember, Bolton, that the fiber optic connection isn't between the CPUs. It's between a connection point on the motherboard. So the signal has to travel via electrical current over the data line on the motherboard to that port, and then travel by light after it's converted, and then travel back through the like an electrical signal over a data line. So all you're doing is adding a middle cable. Instead of having the data line connect directly between 2 CPUs. Like, what's the It's like you're adding an intermediary when there doesn't need to be. There's a reason why companies haven't implemented this. And it's because they've spent decades tinkering with this type of stuff. And they know that if you want that kind of performance, that's why server racks allow you to put multiple CPUs on the server, rather than having one CPU on each server rack. Obviously, you can only have a certain number of CPUs per server rack, so once you've got both of those CPUs in use and you need more, then you have to add another server rack. But they've already done stuff like this. I think it's that one there. Pass error, the default value uses $, which won't return nodes in this scene tree before ready is called. Use the onReady annotation to solve this. Interactable 6. Ah, yeah, that's something that was because I was doing that stuff. Oh, I see. There we go. Now I don't want to do this. I want to do item content like that. Easy. What I'm trying to do is scale a data server into a desktop. No, you don't want to do that. Let's see. Let's do this again. Let's hope. Okay. Save. Probably still going to have an issue. So that sticker is now working correctly. It wasn't working correctly before. If I try to take one, let's see if it crashes. It does, but it has put it in my hand this time. But now it's the character state machine. Yeah. What up, White Blue? Stream or Steam? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about, Blue. Stream or Steam? You can combine the two and get a sauna. Yeah. 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 Because you have a stream of water that goes over the rocks that create steam. Yeah. Let's see. State machine 22. Switch states. Stat machine, switch state. State machine, switch state line 20. 2. Here. 6 was now out of bounds. That's what we need. Let's see. Grab you. Okay. Save. Let's see if this works. Yes. Now, that's the next thing we need to fix. It's creating multiple meshes for the box. What is the issue with that? What is the issue with that? So it's why? That's why. Because I removed this. If meshes is not null. Return. We do meshes box opened. Connect. There we go. That will fix that. That will fix it. Okay. That didn't open. Begin open. Why didn't that... Why? What? Ah, yep. Left, right, front. No. Oops. Left, right, front. Let's go mesh top. Bobble name also needs to be... Bobble name... Label 3D. Mesh left. Then this will... That is going to correct that. I don't need to worry about any of that stuff anymore. Mesh top, mesh left, mesh right, mesh front, bobble name. And then we do this for all of them. The reason why I've got to do it as an export is because of the whole ownership thing. For my next game, I'm probably going to roll my own save load. But the main problem I've got with this, like the reason why I'm doing it this way and I'm not rolling my own save load at the moment, is because it would require me to rewrite basically everything to handle the structure in that way. So, morning, Mike. How are you doing? Save load really needs to be thought of from the beginning. Yep. Like, I can still do save load without thinking of it. I can still implement the save load and have everything work. But yeah. All right. I'm so guilty of doing the same as you. Think about it later. It's not like it's something that I did on purpose. It's something that's come about because of my inexperience. Yeah. It's something that I now know to think of from the beginning in the next game that I make. So that's just what happens when you start doing new things. You learn stuff and you go, oh, that's a big mistake. I need to remember that the next time I do this so that I can avoid it. A lot of devs do the same. No need to feel bad. A lot of still do it even with experience. Yeah. Okay, so now we do this. We do that. Grab you. Now it opens properly. Yay! Look at that. Look at that. And then this is the other thing I need to fix up, is having the save button here. Yeah. The big mistake is those wanting to do multiplayer. They think they can add it later down the line. Yeah, multiplayer is a whole different kettle of fish. Like, you need to know what data you're saving for user data and where you're going to save it, and how you're going to disconnect that user data from persistent user data versus in-game user data. Because if you're doing something like Call of Duty or Battlefield, you don't care about what their loadout is when they're in-game. You don't care what weapons they've got in-game or anything like that. You don't care where they are in-game or what their health is in-game or anything like that. You just care about their rank, what they've unlocked, what their stats are for KD ratio and assists and games played and win-loss and all that kind of stuff. And what their current selected loadout is. That's really the main information you care about. Everything to do when they're actually in-game doing stuff and playing with other people, who cares? That's not persistent. But if you put all of that stuff together on the user from the get-go, you get to a point where it's like, oh, I need to split all of this apart. I need to redo all of this because it's not all using this one section. So, yeah. All right. Next thing to do. I need to go into price tag. And what we need to do I don't think you have price anymore. You do? I don't think that's where we want to be referencing it. I think what we want to be doing is shop settings. Get, actually, how am I doing that? Am I assigning... Let's see. What up, Giddy? How are you? Nodes just want to have fun. Nodes can suck it. So yeah, this isn't setting price against them. So what we need to do is we've got this stuff for setting the prices. What I need to do is go get Bobble Box price. Go Bobble category. We want to return an int. We got ads coming in. Why is there a comment about someone trying to scale a server to a desktop? You don't need to worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's what I say. I have something new for me to look at. Let's see. Nice, nice. So that is a... With everything rendered flat, that just looks like it looks 2D. It looks 2D. That, but like I know it's a cube that's rotating on all three axes. But I think I think you need to work on shadows next, Twig. I think shadows will be important. But yeah, because there's no shadows, there's no shading of anything. So it just looks like a flat 2D orthographic projection of a wireframe. It's impressive that you've done it in Love 2D, that's for sure. Very impressive. Alright, y'all, throw out a third-person single-player game after 2010. Give me one. What are we going with? It's one of those themes. Yes, a drama, thriller, mystery. It could be Life is Strange. It's not Life is Strange, though. It is Unreal Engine. Third-person single-player Unreal Engine. It's probably mystery or drama. Something like Silent Hill, maybe. 2016 to 2023. It's not a puzzle game. It is not a puzzle game. It's got to be single player, so it's not going to be Dead by Daylight. What up, Buttercup? I know this. Try Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead's not single player. It must be a single player third person game. The Quarry. Nah, it's not The Quarry. Okay, it's not horror, not survival. So it's definitely drama or mystery. Yeah. Type Left 4 Dead. There you go. Left 4 Dead doesn't exist. I typed it. I typed it exactly as you said, Buttercup. I think you might be thinking of Left 4 Dead. That might be what you're thinking, because 4 references the number of players that you can have. Not having a full-on cluster computer, that'd be dumb. I'm talking about two brains interacting with each other. I don't know. 2 hemispheres of the human brain. You want to have both of those hemispheres operating on the same computer, though. And also our brain. you do have, like, both hemispheres work together for majority of things. Yay, ads are over. Has stuff stopped working? My overlay has stopped working. That would make a lot of sense. Hi, Sammy. Try the Jason game. You're thinking of Dead by Daylight, but again, that's multiplayer. Unless there's like a... there's no Freddy vs. Jason. Not going to be Nightmare on Elm Street. Friday 13th, the game. That's going to be multiplayer as well. My overlay did stop working, but now it's back. Thank you for letting me know, Sammy. What remains of Edith? Oh, Edith Fitch, yep. Alright, 2018 to 2021. It's not indie, not puzzle. It's by YSNet, published by Deep Silver and Shibuya Productions. I have a screen cap of it turning. Well, I'll watch that later. Did you try Resident Evil? Resident Evil games are made with the RE engine. Famously made with the Resident Evil engine. I'm thinking, what if it's like... Yeah, it's a Shibuya. Well, they published it. I don't know. I'm just going to go something like Dead Island. Right. Sorry. I was just like, what is that noise? Is that rain or... And then, no, it was... there we go. Shenmue 3. I was like, is it raining? And then I like listened for a bit more. I was like, no, it sounds like a street sweeper. And then I listened a bit more. And I was like, no, that's a truck of some sort. That's definitely a truck. Let's see. Return. Bubble box prices. Get. Category. It says it's Ghostwire Tokyo video game. Nah, it's not. We've already guessed it. Already passed. We're already winning. Glad it wasn't another one. I can't name a single one again. It was Shenmue 3. We want... Enum's Bobble category.
You do have the friendly rain coming.
I know. I know I do. We return Bobble prices, get category, get Bobble, get rarity.
Yes, you do. It is a giant wall of rail.
A giant wall of rail. It's going to be raining rail? Oh. I did have an idea for a puzzle, like a puzzle mystery game. And it's like, you're going around, you're trying to solve something. You're trying to solve a crime. Or something like that. But things in the world keep changing on you. They like keep changing. Just randomly. As you play. Like at any point in time, something might change. But it would be small things. And it'd be like Mandela effect type stuff. You know? So like you're going down one line for your investigation, and then all of a sudden that line gets cut off because something further back has changed through some kind of Mandela effect. I was thinking of point and click game, like the old Manic Mansion and such games, but the story's a big part of it. I could see that. I could see that. There was one game that I liked, which was it was like back on the Sega. Like way back on the Sega. And you were essentially like you were like a ghost. And you had to scare all the members of the family. So like you'd go around and you'd interact with different things in the house to like scare the members of the family. Then I'm going to make it so the rotating cube will send you to the next level. Okay, so make it like a portal kind of thing. Where like you get to the rotating cube and you like teleport to the next level. Maybe even the old text-based adventure games from the early days, like on the Apple II and such, like Zork. Yeah. With the move north and such commands. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. If there's no Bobble, then we return that. We do that. I think what we need to do... Yeah.
Why did the man run around his bed? Because he was trying to catch up on his sleep.
Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Hello, Lightspeed. Never heard of Zork. The F was that popular. Zork was amazing. Text adventure game first released in 1977 by developers Tim Anderson, Mark Blank, Bruce Daniels, and Dave Lebling for the PDP-10 mainframe computer. Yeah. Developed between 77 and 79. It was like all text adventure stuff. So like you'd literally play it like this. You know, west of house, you were standing in an open field west of a something, a boarded front door. There is a small mailbox here. Open mailbox. Opening the small mailbox reveals a leaflet. Get leaflet. Taken. Read it. Welcome to Zork. So like it was literally just all text-based stuff. Nothing else. And that type of game is the type of game that we had to make in my C++ university class. And we had to have saving and loading functionality. And it was essentially you had to have, I think it was like you had to have 10 to 20 rooms. And you had certain items that you had to randomly generate and spawn into those rooms on a new game. And when you saved the game, you needed to save out what items were in what room and what items the player had collected. And when you loaded up the game, you had to place the items where they were and give the items to the player for what they had loaded, of what they had already collected. And you had to set up all the input commands to like have them move around and such. And it was great. It was great. If you search Zork on Black Ops 1, I'm sure you can find it. It's a nice challenge. It was. It taught data structure, basically. Like, you set up an entire data structure. The better you set up the data structure, the easier it is for you to do everything. I think I did it. Like, you could have a team of up to 4, I think like three or 4 people. But you didn't have to do it in a team if you didn't want to. I teamed up with one person. They worked on the save load. iHeart! G'day, you good dunce. What are you doing here? How was Fallout? Was the Fallout good? That is quite the emote. It never changes. Oh, good. I like it. Hello again, Rodrigo. Made part of those games with a story. It had to be good and consistent, like the old choose your own adventure books. Yeah, we're talking about Zork and text adventure games and what making a text adventure game teaches you. Yeah. That's right. Oh, shit. Thank you for reminding me there. Thank you for reminding me there, iHeart. Everyone, we have Bobble Shop Sim on Steam. Look at it. Look at it. You got your furniture snapping and your furniture placement. You got opening the bobble. A lot of this is outdated now. A lot of it's outdated now. But my favorite part's this. What's going on? Yeah. Vids are clean and easy to watch. Well done. Thank you very much. I'm particularly happy with the fact that this was the first thing I've ever done. And is that game free? No. It'll be cheap though. It will be cheap. I'm currently trying to get my game to appear here. But I think I need to get it to a point where it has a release date. Because if you have a look at like these ones here, you can see how they've got like Q1 2026. None of them have a coming soon. So I think that's what I need to do. Yeah. No worries, iHeart. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Hope you had a fantastic time streaming. Enjoy your sleep. Let me have a look of this message held. Laptop, Pentium, 512, 40 gig HD, trying to get work primarily hard, just DVD player. Any tips how to do that? Links distro, thanks in advance. Come from Magatron. And her and someone else recommended I ask you. Okay, so if you just want to use as like a DVD player, you can go something rather small. So 512 megabyte RAM, 40 gigabyte. It's probably not going to be easy to set up. You're going to want something minimal with that amount of RAM. There is Minix. Or Minix. Minix is a tiny OS. This is very involved for setup. Okay, like it takes you through all of it, but you have to do a lot of manual stuff. Tiny OS, I think the issue with Tiny OS is it's still going to rely, like, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, the website doesn't seem to want to load, so none of my websites seem to want to load. Wikipedia. Let's see. So Tiny OS hasn't had a release for a long time. So I would say Tiny OS is gone. I've tried Q4OS and some of Tiny, and they use too much RAM. So Minix, let's have a look. Let's see if we can find their system requirements. Installation requirements. Memory, minimum 32 megabytes, minimum. Recommended is 1 gigabyte, but I reckon you'll be fine with 512. Sorry, Buttercup. I'm being inundated with messages here. I have a question. How do you implement authentication like Cloudflare on your projects from bots entering? I don't have any projects. Why stream on Kick if you only read Twitch? Because Kick is usually dead chat. Like there's usually no one over there. So when a message comes in, I don't see it because it's moving so slow. Twitch is like moving like fairly more consistently. So it's easier to detect out of the corner of my eye when I see something. I know you're there, Buttercup. I know you're there. That doesn't make it any easier for my peripheral vision to detect one message every 20 minutes. I'm just saying. It's purely a peripheral vision issue. Like, if you have something this big in your peripheral vision that changes by that much every 20 minutes, it's not going to be detected. Your brain cancels stuff out. Bodhi Linux, Anti-X. And Google says Lubuntu min RAM is 128 meg. Yeah, I wouldn't go Lubuntu or anything like that. Like, I don't implement Cloudflare on any of my stuff though, Buttercup. I mean, I have Cloudflare for my server, but my server just has my Git. At some point it will have a website on there. but it's going to be like it literally just sits in front of it to handle DNS stuff, and also DOS style stuff. So you just create a Cloudflare account and you follow their documentation for setting up DNS with your certificate and your domain name and whatnot, and you're good to go. TinyOS is now tiny core and only needs 64 megabits of RAM. Nice. Minix is better. It only needs 32. Alright, so for everyone that's come in, sorry about all of the hecticness. It's always hectic here. We are getting our saving and loading working. If you have a look, we do have loading. We do have loading working. So, like, you know, it's all generally working. What I'm doing at the moment is I'm refactoring some stuff for these prices and whatnot so that they are being obtained from store settings, not from item data. Because the item data is referenced by everything, and the pricing, I don't want to save that against the item data, because then when I load a game, I overwrite default pricing, which means they can load a game and then start a new game, and the new game would have the pricing from the old game because we overwrote the default data. It's been a nightmare. My one suggestion to anyone making a game, think of load. Like, think of save load data structure from the beginning. It will save you time down the track. It will save you work down the track. For coding and Godot, which Linux version would you recommend for me to use? Whichever version you are most comfortable with. If you haven't used Linux before, Kashi OS is popular. Endeavour OS is popular. Ubuntu, Mint, and Fedora are all popular. And they're all very good for intro, for new people to Linux. You can also go Omarchy if it's your first time coming to Linux, because that will give you an environment that's got a lot of applications already set up for you. Kind of regretted Linux pretty hard a few times, I must say. Most recently, never got Bluetooth working or headphone jack. Bluetooth is one of those things that's difficult to get working. Headphone jack I've never had a problem with. It's usually Bluetooth that's the problem for me. But on my laptops, I can get Bluetooth working. It just takes me a while of tinkering and getting the correct packages installed and whatnot, like setting things up properly. Yeah. Especially, like, Bluetooth is one of those things that's like, I think Bluetooth is fairly locked down. Like, it's similar to NVIDIA, where it's not really that open source because it's copywritten. It's like licensed and stuff. So, like, you've got to basically work off documentation to implement stuff. You can't just grab their header files and things. It's weird. I think that might have changed. I don't know. Hello, Skate. How are you doing? We get bubble price. Get card price. We're going to do Bobble category. There we go. I'm doing good, Skate. Thanks for asking. I need to come up with a website for either Hypnotic Games or Bobble Shop Sim. Probably Hypnotic Games, to be honest. I need to make a website for Hypnotic Games. One of my favorite Sega games, Golden Axe 2. My favorite game on Sega was Altered Beast. Altered Beast is fantastic. It's so weird. Like, these enemies are so strange. And, like, you transform. You start out as, like, a skinny guy, and you get built up, and you, like, turn into a werewolf on one level, and you turn into a dragon on another, and a bear on another, and a tiger man on another. It's like, oh, it was so good. And now, this game, Altered Beast, was not difficult because it was difficult. It was difficult because you only had 3 lives. You lose those 3 lives, you have to start from the first level again. You can't, like, you don't pick up at the start of the level that you died on. No. That game is finished. You could play 2-player as well. You play 2-player, which was excellent. Yeah. And when I say you only had 3 lives, I mean on the actual console. I don't mean like arcade. Arcade was like you could put in more coins, like put in more money to continue from where you've died. You know, and give yourself more lives. Original pay to win, exactly. Exactly. But I loved that game. A lot of the old games had limited lives. We need to go back to those types of games. Yes. Yes. Maybe that'll be a game that I make. Maybe I'll do a 2D side-scroller game like Altered Beast, where you only have a certain number of lives. You can collect extra lives as you go, but they're few and far between. I remember playing Metal Slug on an arcade as a kid at the bowling alley. I remember House of the Dead 2. Oh, sorry, not House of the Dead 2. House of the Dead. Just the first one. Yeah. Yeah. I got real good at that game. Oh, real good. Real good. Actually, no. Return card prices. Get category. Get bobble. Get rarity. Been looking at doing an elevator action mixed with Rolling Thunder, but 2.5D 3D characters and art in side-scroller. What do you mean elevator action mixer? Are you talking like the old school games where like your ship was at the bottom, you had enemies coming in from the top, and you were like constantly moving up? Is that elevator action? Yeah. Cool. I do know what you're talking about in that case. accessory. Nums rarity. Return accessory prices. Get accessory. Get rarity. Elevator action. Oh, this was actually a game. Elevator action is a platform shooter. The player assumes the role of Agent 17, codename Otto, a secret agent. Otto enters a 30-story building at roof level with the goal of exiting at the ground floor, collecting secret documents whose locations are marked by red doors. Along the way, he must use the building's elevator and escalator systems to move from floor to floor and avoid or kill the enemy agents trying to stop him. After picking up all the documents, Otto can escape to the basement and drive away in a waiting car to end the level. Interesting. Using the Cinti Spy assets? That's smart. That's smart. I like that. There's 2 games that I'm looking forward to coming out. 2 very good games that I'm looking forward to coming out. There's Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is only $60 AU, which is perfect because I said I'm not going to buy any games more than $70 AU. So perfect. I can play Arc Raiders. Yes. That comes out. I think that comes out the day before my 24-hour stream. So yeah, that'll be fun. We'll probably play. We'll do some coding on the 24-hour stream. So the way I'm thinking of doing it is we start at 5 a.m. We start 2 hours earlier than we did today. We play Repo with Temptic, Biggs, a bunch of people. We're playing Repo with a bunch of people. And then after that, we do game dev. And then after game dev, doesn't mention Cavino. Cavino will be there as well. There we go, Cavino. I made up for it. And then we'll do some coding. And then we'll play Arc Raiders. Yeah. Hello, Ghibli Magic. How are you doing? Return artwork prices, get artwork. 0. Artwork doesn't have a rarity. Hell yeah. Of course. The other game that I'm looking forward to. The other game that's going to be fantastic. Chilling like a villain. Just had an ice cream bar. So good. Oh, nice. That sounds lovely. Come on. Another game that I'm looking forward to. This comes out the 3rd of December. Guess I'm doing Euclidean geometry now. I'm so looking forward to playing this game. So looking forward to playing this game. It's so good. It is so good. How did you make Steam respect Hyperland window tiling? Mine is just a floating window. Let's have a look. I didn't. I haven't done anything specific for Steam. You could try adding a window rule. So like this window rule here would tell any of my terminal windows, any of these, to be a floating window. So you could try having one that doesn't do that. Like that does the opposite of float. But yeah, like if I open Steam here, it's just there. I can toggle it. So here's the thing, Bok. You can position Steam and you can press control, like your super key. You can press your super key and V and it will make it a tiled window. You can also press your super key and J and it changes the split. Okay? So these are things that you can do with your windows. So you don't have to have everything tiled. Yeah. Running custom keybinds. Yeah, that's fine. You can configure all that stuff. Microsoft released a set of tutorials to set up and debug code using Godot and C#. Interesting. I'm very suspect about everything Microsoft puts out now. Since like what's the CEO's name? I think he said 30% of the development is done by AI code stuff. Something like that. As of April 2025, CEO Satya Nadella stated that between 20 and 30% of the company's code is now generated by artificial intelligence. And the fact that the new laptops that Microsoft is releasing with their partners are all have Cortana at the core of them, like the AI at the core of them. Yeah, it's horrible. A lot of companies now using AI systems. I mean, there's using AI systems is one thing. Having about a quarter of your code base, maybe more, maybe a little bit less, being created by that code would explain why Windows updates are having so many issues these days. Old company retrenched a lot of staff, which couldn't be retrained to use AI. I mean, it's my opinion that if someone... Like, I know how to use AI. I know how to use AI. I've tinkered with AI. I've done stuff with AI to just, like, learn how to use it. But the difference is I don't need to use it. Like... I could use AI to generate my 3D models, to generate my art assets and such. But why do that when I can just do it myself? Like, to get it done faster? Sure, I could get it done faster. But then, like, where's the satisfaction for me? Like, where's the, oh, look at what I've made? It doesn't exist. If you just want to make money and you don't care about doing things yourself, use AI. Go for gold. That's not me. I want that satisfaction of, look at what I did. Look at what I did. Have a look at recent posts about Accenture. They dropped off so many good people and a lot of management have moved to other companies. Yeah. Won't let it run rogue in agent mode like a madman, but I use it to explain code or give me an idea of what to do when I need direction on new stuff I'm learning. And that's what you should do. That's what you should do. You should use it to help you understand how to do things and not use it to do the thing for you. That's my opinion. If you just use it to do the thing for you, you're going to be one of the first people to complain when you don't have a job because the AI took it. When I was there, we were told that no sales proposal would be accepted if it didn't have an AI component. Yuck. I told the AI that is on the UK Jobs Centre call support that I don't have a driving license 19 times, but it kept asking me for one. I used AI and Notebook LLM to investigate my game design document and project plans and sync to determine where I was getting blocked. AI sparkling water is becoming real. The sparkles are generated by real AI. I think all of that is set up, right? I'm gonna get rid of that. Now all of this is gonna break. I'm gonna have to... Game state... Actually, no. Here's what I'm gonna do. You're not gonna be an export. You... I eventually got through to an actual person after I told him for it. That'll work. That will work. Nah, it needs to be a function. That's what it needs to be. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Get price, rarity. If self is... I think that would work, right? Maybe. Did this so that I could record them and make sure my games didn't get these faults. That's the thing, like, I hear people criticize games, and I hear them say, oh, they should have done it this way, or it would be better if they did it this way, or like stuff like that. Like, I don't like this. They should change this. Even though the game's very successful, they're like, they should change this, they should add this, the game would be better if they did this. And it's like, it would be better for you, sure, but the game's very successful, and if they make that change, it might not be as successful, because it might accommodate you and another 1,000 people like you, but it might dissuade 50,000 people that currently play it. Like, it's okay. It's okay for you to not like everything about a game. But you can't say that something should be done a different way, or something would be better if it is done a different way. There are also things like the game worked well with keyboard, but when using the controller, the UI didn't react well. Yeah, controllers always like there's a lot of things with controller stuff I've found that make it really, really finicky. Because obviously with keyboard, I can use tab and shift tab to navigate the UI to like go to the next and the previous stuff. On controller, you've got to do that with like one of the, you got to map it to the buttons on like the triggers or something. But then also you need to make sure that the triggers aren't doing something else, because generally on keyboard, your tab and shift tab, you're not really going to have that doing anything else. Whereas for controller, you've got limited buttons, so you're going to have overlap. With the Steam Deck, controllers are becoming a must. Yes, exactly. And that's one thing I need to get implemented for mine. But I'm not going to start working on controller support now until I've got the game to a point that I can do everything I want to do. Because otherwise I'm going to implement controller support and then I'm going to redo something for interaction or movement or something. And then I need to redo controller support as well. So I'd rather get it all worked out for PC, thinking, like keeping controller support in mind, so that I go, all right, if I'm doing this on keyboard, I need to make sure it also works for controller. And then that's why I only have a certain number of actions, like primary interact, secondary interact, general interact, and then the special interact and special interact secondary. So there's only 5 types of interactions that you can do at once, which means it's easier to fit onto a controller. You should mention on the Steam page that you're planning on doing controller support after the demo is released or the like. I'll probably try to get controller support in for the demo. I did go, like... I will, like... I'm not too concerned about controller support at the moment. Purely because games like other games like that, like TCG and stuff, don't really have it. Like, officially, they don't have it. At least when I was playing it. When I was playing it, it didn't have it. Let people know it's on your radar. Communication's key. It is key. But, like... I can't communicate like, there's gonna be things that aren't communicated. Like, I'm not gonna put a list of 50 things. Like, all right, I'm planning on adding these 50 things. They're not added yet. I'm planning on it. Don't worry. Like, because then it's like, at some point, you've got a list so big of what you want to add. It's like, why even have the list there? Like, once I've got the game built and I put it out, it'll be like, yes, here we go. Now there's these 3 things. I'm planning on doing these 3 things after release. Okay. And follow Jitspo, he removes 1 item on his list and adds 10. Yeah, I dislike that. Like, if I go to a game page, like if I go to a game Steam page and it's like, we're planning on, like, the game will have these 50 things added in the future. That would turn me off the game. That would make me go, doesn't sound like you're there yet. Sounds like it's still in the beginning stages. I'll come back another time. Wouldn't say 50 things, but that's the like, there are a ton of things that I still need to add to the game. I'm not going to go onto the Steam page and add all the things that I'm yet to add. If it's item data, no. How can I set this up so we do it through this? Because if we're setting price, obviously it's going to be an item data. Like, if we're getting price, it's going to be item data. How can we do this? I need it to return the price from the game state shop settings. I need to determine what it is though, which would be via a line item or something. Maybe... Maybe let's do... Game state, shop settings, get price. Huh. Line item category. We can go item data. Over here we do get price. I'll do that for now. We got ads. I can't get Minix ISO to install. Have you followed the instructions? Have like you gone through the Minix IS, like the Minix setup instructions? Third person perspective, Unreal Engine. What do you mean overlay? The new overlay is not ready yet. I was doing some work on it yesterday afternoon and yeah, couldn't get it finished in time. So tonight and tomorrow I'll be able to get it sort of set up and finished. I've got most of it set up. I started working on getting like the auto shout outs and like the auto shout out, the follow notification, the raid notification, all that kind of stuff done. But I just ran out of time yesterday afternoon. That's all. So. Tonight is work on the overlay though. That is what we're doing tonight. Third person, Unreal Engine, Hellblade 2. I think it's 2020 to 2023. It's either a horror or a fantasy. It's not single player either, so it's gonna be multiplayer. It's not sci-fi, not shooter, not fighting. This is gonna be a Forza, isn't it? It's 2021. It's not racing. What the fuck? Third person, Unreal Engine 2021. Is it going to be like a 3D platformer? What? What? What is this? Third person, Unreal Engine 2021. Not a shooter, not an RPG, not a hack and slash, not a fighting, not a racing. Horror or fantasy or both with something else thrown in. Who knows? It's not going to be Resident Evil because those are made with the RE engine. It's not... It's too late, like too early for Elden Ring. Outriders, you think? No, it ain't Outriders. It's not sci-fi. Outriders is a shooter RPG. So, multiplayer, co-op, split screen. Multiplayer, co-op, split screen. No single player whatsoever. I don't know. It Takes Two. Nice. Nice. Very nice, gamer. I don't think I can do the 3D as I wanted. It's just so broken. Well,
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, that's a rover. You are trying to add 3D into an engine that's made just for 2D. So... it makes sense that you're having a bit more trouble than than normal. Let's see. What we need to do is go match item data line item. Oh, sorry, line item, like category. Line item category accessory. Return. Get accessory price. Item data accessory. Item data, no, not rarity. This needs rarity as well. Enums, line item category, hydrate. Let's get it. Artwork. Return, get artwork price. Item data, artwork. Bubble box. Return, get bubble box price. Item data, bubble category. Line item. Card. Actually, this would be bobble. Return, get bobble price. Item data, bobble category, item data, bobble, item data, rarity. Actually, not item data, rarity, just rarity. And then last one, line item card, get card price, which is essentially the same as that. Voila. So now wherever we have this, we want to do game state shop settings, get price, item data, rarity. There we go. Now we also need to deal with cash register. Screen change given text format price string. Toggle open is opening. I'm not seeing anything price wise. Not seeing anything price wise. Thanks for the shout out, Boolean. Much appreciated. Love your work. How do your feet not hurt after standing for 10 plus hours? Do you use slippers or standing pad? No. No. So the first 2 weeks of standing all day, every day, my feet killed me. My feet killed me. After a while, it just dissipated. I no longer feel pain in my feet. No pain, no gain, you know it. What else accesses price? Because the price tag has been updated to use it. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very, very much for the follow. You are officially a Gedunt now. G''DUNT. It stands for good C word. Now, to prove how much of a Gedunt you are, you can go to the pinned message, or if I type it right, or you can go to that store, that link there, and you can wish list and follow my game, Bobble Shop Simulator. Yeah. How good. Both my wife and a Funko Pop era. Hell yeah. I like if Funko Pops or Labubu want to get in touch with me and like do a whole sponsor thing where I take your products, create models for them, make them bobbleheads, and sell them in game as well. Get in touch with me, Funko and Labubu. I am more than happy to sell out. Speaking about speaking about Steam in your game, still waiting on my code. You will get it when it's good and ready, all right? I'd add Labubu into my game for only a couple million easy. I'd do it for 500,000. Yeah, 500,000 US. Let's do it. Very easy. Very easy, very simple, very straightforward. That's where it's used. In here. Alright, so that's already getting market price, which is good. I'd do it for far less. The marketing you would get purely from the collab would pay the dividends. It would. It would, but you got to remember, Cavino. You got to remember. That obsidian theme is wild. Thank you very much. It's all custom. It's all very, very custom. I forget how to show it, but it's all just CSS. That's all. Yeah. So if they gave me 500,000, then I would be able to pay someone to do the modeling of those bobbleheads. I would be able to pay for a bunch of advertising, and then I'd be able to sell a ton of copies of the game. Take that money that I get, invest it into companies and shares that pay dividends, and then have enough money coming in from dividends that I don't actually need to work anymore. And then I just live off dividend money and just make games for fun. Pimp your arch with Hip Zibbit. Exhibit. I love it. How do we toggle hidden, there we go. Here it is. This is the CSS that does that coloring. It's literally all it is. It's such a small amount of CSS. You got the right idea. That's my entire plan. Any money I make off these games, I'm going to be investing into shares that pay dividends, so that I eventually get to a point over the next 4 to 5 years where I don't need to monetize anything. You know? That's my goal. That's my goal. Focus on Cove, 10 minutes. All right. See you in 8 hours, Riley, for the nighttime stream. Now, let's see. Something under here. No, not under there. Under here. No, not that. Not credits. We need tablets.
Wait, you forgot the focus on chat right before it, lol.
I've already been focusing on chat, so yeah. Counter offer, you add Labubu and you get a really good scone. Like, amazing scone. Does the scone have diamonds in it? Or does the scone make me crap diamonds? Because if it does, we got a deal. Well, actually, no. We don't have a deal. The medical bills would be absurd. Think golden goose effects. Gold is okay. Gold is okay because gold is soft and malleable. All right? Diamond is going to just destroy you. All right? If you ever want to talk about how to handle market pricing and stuff, I'm all ears. Working on a 2D top-down shopkeeper game and have been thinking on that for a bit while I've been working on other systems. The market pricing stuff, what I'm going to do is at the end of every day, I'm going to have it run over all of the items. It will do a random check to determine if it's going to change the market price up or down, and like how much it's going to change the market price up or down. And there will be a small chance that the market price just doesn't change for that item. So the market price always fluctuates by like, 10, like somewhere between like -10 and +10%. Like it fluctuates somewhere between that. So like, and I can have it, I can track how much of that item was sold each day. So if there's a lot of, like if there's a high demand for a certain type of box, then the market price for that is like weighted to go up more. Whereas if no items of a certain type were sold, it's weighted to like go down more. And that sort of stuff. You can weight your random based on demand. Yeah, exactly. Now what we need to do, that sets the price. Game state. Shop settings. Get price. Item pricing, data and rarity is 0. Actually, I can just do get price. There we go. That is very, very simple. New price gets set to 0. New price formats this stuff. But that's only on ready. And visibility change doesn't do anything either. Actually, I guess that could work. Toggle pricing. Setup.
So you remember how Mark Zuck poached all those AI engineers for like hundreds of millions? He just laid off 600 people from their AI unit. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know how AI is not a bubble? Do the housing market next, please. Housing market's not going to get fixed until governments do something about the number of houses or the number of people. You can't have an extra million people going to a country to live every year and only have 200,000 houses being built every year. Those numbers don't add up, especially when you've got existing people in the country that are also looking for houses. You need to either increase housing or decrease people in the country. One of the two. Like, you can't leave number of houses low and number of people high and expect the housing market to sort itself out. That's not that. With a lot of layoffs in IT, I wouldn't trust the figures. I've been with some companies where the layoffs were actually contractors not getting their contracts renewed, which isn't a layoff. Yeah. I had 80 to 90% of people in China own their homes. Crazy. Unsure how factual that is, though. I don't think that's very factual, especially after China had their largest property developer crash because they weren't finishing houses. They weren't finishing apartment buildings and stuff like that. 80 to 90% of people in China have bought a home, but there's a lot of people in China that have paid for a house or an apartment or something, and that property was just never finished. So technically, yes, they have bought a home, but they don't have that home. It doesn't exist. So they were having those demolished, right? I think so. Yeah. So it's a bit of a false number. Yeah. This one needs to change. Game state, shop settings, get price. There we go. Lovely. What else have I forgotten? Okay, confirm price. Gamian! How are you doing? Last night I heard they were having those demolished. I earlier had the idea that since the meta glasses are pretty useful with their hardware, with having speakers, cameras, if they allowed custom software, someone would make an app that read sign language out for the wearer. Sad with glasses don't allow custom apps though. I like this idea. I like this idea. This idea is excellent. The only smart glove in the world that can translate any sign into any spoken language instantly. Current technology to allow people with hearing and speech disabilities to communicate just isn't good enough. Put so much time and effort into bright sign as customizable and flexible possible. There are over 100 commonly used sign languages in the world and 1,000 more personal variations. Yeah. So basically, as you do sign language and whatnot, these gloves interpret your hand motions and your finger positions and such, and reads out the corresponding words. Yeah, the MIT sign language gloves. Yeah. Rough day at work, brain wasn't running on all cylinders. We'll probably turn in a little early. That's fair. Still looking like the final day of save load. I think so. We do have pretty much all of the save load stuff working. Now it's just a matter of, like, all of the save load is working. It's just a matter of going through and just, like, correcting the data itself. So if I get rid of that. Actually, hang on. I need to fix this first. Need to fix this. UI tablet. Item pricing. Where's confirm? Confirm here does set pricing. And it does this. I don't want that. We don't want that anymore because we have this setting the pricing. So we go new game, grab these, grab you, So I do have an issue at the moment where this quantity held doesn't count unless I add one in and then it updates. But if I like move this stuff around and whatnot, put you there, move you there. If I do that and I save, all of it updates, I exit, I go continue, load. We've got everything back here. We've got all of our items. You can open this up. You can open the bobble. You get your bobble. You can go over here. You can take that one. It's working. It's working. There's just there's things that I need to rework inside these objects because like when thank you for the follow, much appreciated, fantastic Gidunt you are. Make sure as a Gidunt to go to our pinned message, go to Bobble Shop Sim, which is this game on Steam, and wishlist it and follow. Even if you don't plan on getting the game, it just helps with visibility and analytics. Let's bump up those wishlist numbers. So, yeah, like I've set up all of these objects to work with instancing a new version of it. I have not set up these objects to work with loading an existing instance. So that's the thing that we're working on now. Saving and loading is done. Now it's just reworking the actual objects to have the correct process when we load it up. But yeah. That did not update. Why did that tag not update? We do price updated. Go over to price tag. Price update is connected to this. It does get price, item data, and rarity. Print debug. Item price. Enums, line item category, keys. Print debug. Hello, Prosto. How are you doing, you Gidunts? Okay, so it does update here. It doesn't update when we load. I asked that I'd help fix a rendering issue, and now it just renders at the mouse cursor all the time. Hey, the rendering's fixed. Not sleeping? Why aren't you sleeping? Black and purple PNG debug bobble. So that's working. So it's something to do with on the reload. Let's see. So that's fine because I didn't save it after I bought these. Okay, save that. Ah, yeah, that's the other thing I haven't done. I haven't set up start, like, resetting everything and... So see how that's not... Nothing printed there. This needs a ready. So price tag needs a ready function. If item data is not null, set up tag, item data. Otherwise, setup tag gets called. Gets called from these locations. So if price tag is null, we create the price tag. And I guess what I could do, I could go price tag, item data equals item data. We could do that. Now I don't need to worry about that at all. Tag item data. Oh, I know why we're doing that. Yep. I know exactly why we're doing that. Under here, else that. Okay. Continue this. Go in here. Excellent. Excellent. Edge, phase, step, node, or prefix any of those with path underscore. How would you call a piece of path? I need a word for a thing in my code. It depends on what the path is used for. What type of path are we talking about? Are we talking about a path to a resource, like a file path? Are we talking about a node path in the scene tree? Are we talking about a path in a navigation system? Like an NPC navigation path? Like, depends on the context. Context is important. Map generation. So for map generation, it's a weird thing, hard to explain. Map generation. I mean, I'd just call it map path. Or like, yeah, like map underscore path underscore piece. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Excellent. That's working. I got some bugs I want to fix up while I'm here. This. Ow. This annoying ass exclamation. Exclamation visible if item data is not. If item data is null. No, if item data is not null. And the price is 0. Yeah. Actually, what if I do... If... This doesn't have anything like that. Interesting. So exclaim visible is equal to item data not being null. And game state shop settings. Price being 0. So if it's not null, then the price is 0. No. You know what I can do? I'm going to save myself some issue here. No, this is not C++. This Meister is GD script. We're going to do a const unset text. Do that. Pop it there. Get rid of that. That. It's similar to Python. Yeah, it's Python-like. Kind of new to programming, learned a bit of Python, recently started the Odin project. Ah, nice, so you're doing Odin stuff. Very nice. Now, I can show you some C++, maybe. I think I still have the code somewhere. Maybe. Can't remember. Um, git checkout git at let me cd into here. Git remote. Git clone VPS 977DD44 VPS OVHCA serve git Hypnoverse git into crikey git into crikey. There we go. CD into crikey, nvim. This here is C++. It's a bit more involved. And then you've got things like this, which is my custom stuff. Got like the function for the objects, constructors and destructors, parsing of data, all that sort of stuff. Now, this is by no means good C++. This is my C++, which can be much better. Like, it can be improved to no end. This is just stuff that I did as part of a game jam, and I only had 2 weeks to do it, so I wasn't really focusing on my code being pretty. You know, I was focusing on my code being functional, so that I had something to submit for the game jam. Makes sense as long as it works. Exactly. Although some people would come, like there was one person that would come into chat and they'd be like, you should do it this way because it's the proper way to do it, and you're teaching yourself bad practices if you do this. People should go watch other people because this is bad programming. And I was like, you're a dumbass. Goodbye. So RMRF and had some bad flashbacks. RMRF is okay if you know what you're doing. Okay? Okay. Calm down. So what we can do, yeah, so visible if this. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I thought I did, but didn't at the time. I never can tell that your code sucks if you're sitting in a basement all day alone and graphematically typing code line. That's true. That's true. I mean, that's the thing. I know that the code I do for a game jam is going to be bad code. Because believe it or not, if you're giving yourself a week or 4 days or 2 weeks to make a functional game that people can play and enjoy, you don't care if your code is pretty. You want the game to be working. After the game jam, if you keep working on that game after the game jam, you can go back through and reformat the code and refactor the code to be nice and pretty. Priorities. Okay? If you're going to spend the 4-day game jam making sure your code looks nice and pretty and you end up with a game that's not functional, perhaps your priorities aren't in the right order. Perhaps you don't care about the game jam in general, at which point, why do a game jam? I'm shocked I was able to make a game in a week for Bracky's last jam. It wasn't pretty, but I'm proud of it. That's all you need. And now, if you keep working on that game as something for you to release as a full game, you can refactor that code and make it as pretty as you like. Nice red shirt. Lies and slander. There is no such thing as a red shirt here. All you're seeing is glitched data. You are seeing glitched data. Thank you very much, Max. Alice in the Underrace Simulator had like 20,000 like if statement of 20,000 lines. Exactly, Meister. Exactly. A year ago, I wrote code that did work. Literally right now, I'm 4 levels deep in refactoring recursion because that code sucks ass. My mistake, kind AI. No problem, Max. Not a problem. Yeah, like, people that are worried about code looking pretty and nice and such when there's a time frame on the line and you have to have something finished by a certain time, those people are the reason why products and stuff are not ready on time. Like, it's okay for your code to not be 100% perfect, nice looking code. You can rush some code as long as you make note of it and you go back and fix it after the release. It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I hope you are having a fantastic day. You are officially a Gedunt now that you have followed. And that means you get to go up to people and say, "G'day, I am a Gedunt." That's it. That's all you need to do. Yep. Have fun with it. Also, if you want to prove how much of a Gedunt you really are, go to that link right there. Wishlist our game, which is this one. Give it a wish list. Give it a follow. Yeah. G'day. Almost prosto. It's an A, not an E. Good day. Using strategies for weapons, relics, and bullets to save a lot of time. Yeah. You should just make your code automatically reformat with an ASCII art generator on save to make it pretty. How many sounds does represent? It depends on what follows it. A, day, slay. If it ends with if it's AY, then it's an AY sound of A. If it's an EY, that also is A or E, depending on how it goes. I'm trying to think of something that ends with EY. Why can I not think of any words that end with EY? Osprey. There you go. Osprey. Pray. Pray. I hate English. It's a cool language, but I hate it. English is not a cool language. English is the worst pile of poo to ever exist as a language. Okay? It is terrible. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You are another Gidunt. G''Dunt. Tell people, go up to them, say, "G'day, I'm a Gidunt." Yeah, yeah. And also, go to our Steam page. We've got a pinned message with the link to the Steam page. Make sure to go give it a wish list and a follow to prove how much of a Gidunt you truly are. I'm gonna work on another post about it today, saying, you know, having like a little GIF play, and then I'm gonna start working on like little YouTube shorts that I can make for them. It's easier in some cases. You have 2 word forms. Just slap S at the end, and done, we have 7. That's true. I hate AI. What's this? What's it done to you? It's just like a map with a map. Beautiful. I love it. I can't zoom, unfortunately. I could do this. Is the entire fixed main Lua file, including the full map, all logic, and the cube visibility fix? I've split it into 6 complete parts for easy copy pasting. Oh. It's just horrible. You've got an epsilon, you've got a cube scale, you've got a view angle thread. It's a view angle threshold. It's stupid. It's just stupid. That's not all the code, FFS. Yeah? Yeah, it won't give you the rest of the code. And it's not going to give you all the code. It doesn't want to. It disagrees with giving you all of the code. Why would it give you all of the code? Let's see if that fixed it. Excellent. Alright, now we need to fix up that sticker. I'm using AI only to figure out weird words. Ad break coming in. Coming in fast and hot. Where's our delivery box? When we take an item, quantity held gets taken, and we need to update the sticker. I'm not updating the sticker. When we place an item, like when we pack an item, attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection from that resource. Price updated. Okay, so we attempt to disconnect from that on price tag. Let's look at that. It's going to be this. Okay. We'll come back to that. It Takes Two is our first one. All right, chat. All right, give me a game. We're looking for a third-person game. It's got to be fantasy. It needs to be platformer or puzzle. It needs to be before 2021. Anyone got any ideas? I'm thinking God of War, perhaps. Potentially. It's not. It looks like it is going to be a platformer. A fantasy platformer between 2008 and 2020. Okay. It has some sort of multiplayer and some sort of single player. Could be... Would this be the same game as I saw in Bullion Stream earlier today? If so, I'll keep my mouth shut. I don't know. I don't know what you saw in Bullion Stream earlier today. Never mind, that's newer than 2007. Right. Right. Now, so this one here is Unlimited Game Duel. So, Unlimited Game Duel is going to randomly pick a game that you have to try and guess. So, we don't know. We don't know if it's going to be the same one that Bullion got. It could be... It could be an Assassin's Creed. Yeah! That's how we do it. That's how we do it, chat. Alright. A platformer after 2012 that's not third person. This is given Celeste vibes. No? No? Okay, so it's a platformer, single player fantasy after 2018 that's not third person or side view. It's not side view, not third person. After 2018. This would be probably first person if it's a platformer. Dead Cells was, I think, 2016.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. I'm thinking it will be something like... No, Only Up is... Only Up is... third person. I mean, I'll put it in just to get the year. It is a PC-only, first-person fantasy platformer, single-player game. I feel that should be enough to... First-person platformer. What first-person platformer between 2019 and 2022 was there? It does narrow it down, but I can't think of any. Like, the only... I can only think of, like, It Takes Two, which is actually multiplayer, so it's not going to be that. But it's also third person, so no. It's not a Tomb Raider, because that's third person. Mirror's Edge. Was there a, like, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, maybe? It's not Mirror's Edge Catalyst. Fallout 4. Is any of the newer Doom games considered platformers? I don't think so. It needs to be Windows only as well. So it's only on Windows. It's not on any console. It's not available on Linux. Buckshot Roulette. That's not a platformer. I think we can ignore Macquarie. Macquarie's having a tough time realizing what a platformer is. Is Peggle a platformer? No. I don't know. It's not a platformer, but I want to like eliminate years. All right, so it's a 2012. It could be a shooter. It could be an RPG. It's a shooter platformer arcade. First-person indie shooter. Like first-person indie Windows shooter from 2020. Dying Light? No, it needs to be an indie. Needs to be an indie. It's not... It's not Schedule 1. Shooter platformer kind of helps. It could be... When was Stellar Blade and Bayonetta? Stuff like that. Sekiro. I think Sekiro was 2019. Yeah, and that's not a platform or anything. It's just a hack and slash. It needs to be a shooter. Duh. Was there a Devil May Cry? It needs to be Windows only. Ghost Runner? Ghost Runner it could be. Would it be Ghost Runner 1 or 2? I feel like Ghost Runner 1, probably. It's not Ghost Runner, but we know it's a fantasy sci-fi. It's fantasy sci-fi. The fact that it's PC only, like it's got to be an indie game. Indie shooter platformer. Is it? No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not Slime Rancher. Never mind. I was like, maybe it's Slime Rancher. No, it's not Slime Rancher. Oh, actually, maybe it's Slime Rancher. No, it's not Slime Rancher. It is indie, but it's not arcade. And it's not VR, yeah. Deep Rock Galactic? I mean, sure, it's not Deep Rock Galactic. Kerbal? No, Kerbal's multiplayer. It's not Doom Eternal. I don't know. Let's just... What is it? Ultra Kill. Yeah, I was never going to get that. I was never guessing Ultra Kill. We were off. We were way off. I forgot that existed. Yeah, you're not the only one. Good game. Wasn't in my brain for that moment. There we are. All right. Why? Why does it not work? Print debug, sticker, ready. I think... Box sticker. Why does this not work? What's happening? Quantity text is assigned the quantity as a string after we set quantity. Let's remove that. Let's restart this. I don't know why though, but I've gotten really into hating myself. By that I mean playing Siege for fun. Jesus. Excellent. Excellent. See how those aren't updating? Why? So it does say text is 7. It says here quantity held is 8. You say quantity held is 2. And you say 3. Makes me think that it's setting one of these others. Nope. Not setting either of them. Gotta get you ready for Godot first. Alrighty. Which language are we doing? German? Alrighty. Kein Problem. Dieser Koch ist nett, aber unsere Kochen ist am nettesten. This cook is nice, but our cook... No, your cook is nice. No. This cook is nice, but our cook is the nicest. Yeah, this cook is nice, but our cook is the nicest. The waiters give good answers. Dieser Kellner ist schnell, aber unsere Kellnerin ist am schnellsten. Fast, fastest. Yiddish. The mice here are waiters and my friends. I'm not going to that restaurant or cafe. Your streak broke, Vongo. No. And also, my friend. Yep. The restaurant. Dennis gibt dort zu Villa Mauser. It does have a problem. Unfortunately, the restaurant is closed. Yeah. The restaurant has a problem. In which restaurant is the food the best? Die Kellner in diesem Restaurant sind am schnellsten. The waiters in this restaurant are the fastest. The pretzel in this coffee shop is the saltiest. Do you like it? Depends how much water I have with me. My interactable component will have to wait, I guess. I have to do my essay. Yep, do your homework. Welchem? Welchem? Der Fisch in diesem Restaurant ist am salzigsten. That word always trips me up. Salzigsten. Kellner. Tina, Jean und Louise sind Kellner in diesem Restaurant. Am schnellsten. 2 Mäuse. In diesem Restaurant ist die Suppe am salzigsten. Excellent. In meinem Restaurant gibt es nur 2 Mäuse. Gibt. Es gibt nur 2 Mäuse. I had it right the first time. Damn it. And then I swapped it around because this has es gibt as the top one. In welchem Restaurant isst du gern? In meinem Restaurant. Die Kellner sind am nettesten. Die Kellner sind die. God damn it. Not dear Kellners. Die, damn it. Gotta go with your gut, I know, right? The mice here are waiters and also, my friends, in my restaurant, there are only 2 mice. In my restaurant, in meinem Restaurant, sind die Kellner am nettesten. Oi, oi, Mungalo! How you doing? Oh. There we go. Alright. How you doing, Mungalo? I think I'm going to put the interactable stuff in my cloud system folder, since every interactable will be accessed through clouds. When you said cloud system folder, I thought you meant like data cloud, like cloud storage stuff. Shout out to Munglo. Hope you're having a great day. I gotta figure this out. Save load nodes, path to node is invalid, sub viewport. Like stuff like this, I need to change. Went through old blend files and took out things I can use in this project. Organized that and made a key model and some code, so there is a cabinet of keys in the inn that correspond to the rooms. If there is a key, you can interact with it, making your room load in that location, so you can go have a rest. Nice. Nice. Do I see background color on your POS screen? You do. That's been there for a while. So this is the POS system. This isn't the tablet. This isn't the tablet. I still need to figure out what colors I want to do for the tablet. That trailer is a first look trailer. It's going to be improved once I get closer to the demo. Yeah, a lot of stuff in that trailer is already out of date because since I made the trailer, like since I did the recording for the trailer and Steam approving the store page, there's been like a month of work on the game. So a lot of stuff looks different. I don't know what's like. Is it complaining about this one? I don't know. Anyway, I gotta figure out why this isn't updating. That's why. That's why. Quality label. Quality label. Sprite 3D, I think it is. Okay. There's going to be a lot of things that get updated over time now. Get rid of that. Delivery box, I can get rid of these. Get rid of these. Get rid of those. because all of that's now referenced through these. Right. Now we should be good. Okay. Set price. Beautiful. 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 Like it. I like it. What else can we get done in like the next 20 minutes? That's probably one of the biggest things. Is probably under interactables. Under here. Go into Bobble Stand. See how this has these. That's going to be a problem. So that's fine because it's just referencing them by price or by local path. I'm fine with that. Exclamation's fine. Is it just furniture that does it? If I go... If I go into this, I'm guaranteeing that something's gonna break. No? No? Nothing's gonna break? Nothing's breaking. Holy crap. Huh. Huh. Okay. I guess the other thing we'd need to look at is anchors. You see how this is referencing it, like so. I think I want to reference it just with the dollar. Get rid of that. All right. I think that'll handle it. You can just grab that. You already grab it via that. This is looking a lot more simple than I thought it would be. These ones we need to change. So player pause, purchase queue, dialogue pause. FPOS, player pause, purchase queue, dialogue pause, bag. All of that I can just reference by this. There we go. That'll fix all of those. I need to make sure we get that too. All right. All right. Those raycasts there, I don't think I'm referencing raycasts like that. Like, all I'm doing is going... Where is it? Yeah, I'm just looping over the area and any child that is a raycast 3D I append. That's easy. Good music. Enjoying the music, Sammy? Alright, so by doing this, the reason why I need to remove all these unique names is because when we save things, they end up... Oh, I need to update these. They end up breaking because we have multiple things that have the same unique name. So if we do that, we can now check, make sure everything works as we want it to. Place that there. Let's see what happens with the bobble stand, because the bobble stand is something I haven't done yet. And also collecting a bobble is something I haven't done yet, or tested. Excellent, okay. So, collect you. Set you to market price. Okay. All of that. Save it. Not new game. Okay, there we go. Box quantity limits on a base object of null for delivery box line 45. Delivery box. Line 45. Box quantity limits. If item data is not null, we do that. I think the other thing I want to do let's grab these two, pop them up here. We can hide quantity there. We can go else. No, don't need to do anything there. Is meshes... Meshes is an export. Why is designing stuff so hard? Trying to make a goddamn logo? Logo design is difficult as shit. It can't be complicated. It needs to be simple and it needs to be like eye-catching. Yeah. Trying to fit all of the requirements into something simple is difficult. Else we go... meshes... Actually, we don't need to do that. Alright, so visible gets set to false when we toggle it open. Where do we set the sticker to be visible? Like, where are we setting the sticker to be visible? Oh, they're always visible because it's underneath the mesh, and if the mesh is hidden, then it's not visible. Gotcha. Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay, so now... do we ever clear item data inside here? Item data contents get set to null. It always has an item data. Item data contents is not null. We can do that. Okay. So. That works. And then when we take item, we also want to go sticker, image. No. Sticker icon. No. That's what we want. Yellow Buttermilk, how are you doing? Are you streaming early tonight or at your normal time? I'm streaming at my normal time, which is 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. Okay? Which is 5 hours and 8 minutes from now, up until 10 hours and 8 minutes from now. How are you doing, Buttermilk? I asked because you streamed early yesterday, I think. No. See, I didn't stream early at all, Sammy. Perhaps at some point recently your daylight savings has changed. I don't know. I don't know. But I started streaming at the same time. I think I finished streaming maybe 10 minutes earlier or something. Trying to work on some Blender art. Been trying to practice every day. Smart. That is the best way to get better. Best way. And that's all it was. You ended like 10 minutes early because I tuned in 10 or 15 minutes before you ended up. Low poly is what I'm trying to stick to. Smart. Low poly is a good starting point. Yeah. I like this. I like this. It all works. It all kind of makes sense. Let's see. What have we done? Saving and loading all working awesomely. Most objects and data have been updated to correctly set variables after reloading data. Bam. Bam. Got inspired after watching daughter play Roblox. Low poly aesthetic is cool. It is. If you can figure out your own, like if you can figure out a way to do your own building block type stuff, like Roblox, like Lego, but like in a different shape or like different style, so that you're not infringing on Lego or any other patents out there for building block stuff, you could make a really cool game. Like make a unique game sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. We are gonna call it there. Where do we want to go? Where do you want to raid to tonight, chat? It's 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. Boolean. We got one for Boolean. Anyone else? Anyone have anyone else they want to raid? Like, anyone? Alright. Boolean it is. We are gonna go see the Boolean. Good day, yeah, good dunce. I'm so glad we've got our saving and loading sorted. I'm so glad our saving and loading is now sorted. Because we can move on to other stuff. Like implementing new parts of the dialogue system for trading baubles to, like, between NPC and player. And fixing up a couple of bugs. And implementing the remainder of the settings. and dealing with some audio and creating the tutorial intro thing. Yay. I'm back in 5 hours. Tonight, we are going to be doing overlay work. We're going to get the overlay finished with shoutouts, raid messages, follow messages, all that sort of stuff, so that we can start using it. And it will be amazing and excellent and so good. It's going to look beautiful and pretty. But I will see you all in 5 hours. Have a good day or night or whatever your time zone is, you get dunce.